punch, kick, punch, punch, kick. Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome. Hi, malicious magpie. I'm okay. Hi, Brian. Hi, engaging comic. Hi, Joe. I hope you are doing good. I want to play Tekken today. I know I said I want to play I know I said I want to play Resident Evil 4, but I like Tekken way too much. I want to play more Tekken. And I want to maybe finish the story today. I'm okay. I swear I didn't cough this much this morning. Not a great username. Hi. Welcome. Yeah, also sorry for the delay. I need... It's weird. Right. I have a little bit of a family lunch just now, so that's why I'm late. Sorry.
Hey, hello. I don't understand. Where are the subtitles?
Oh yeah. Okay. Subtitles should be on. Okay, it's on. I don't know why I'm still so blurred. I woke up at 8 this morning, taking care of some small stuff in the morning, and then waiting for lunch afterwards. Yeah, I have RE4 remake. It's been so long. Someday I will continue RE4 remake and Dragon's Dogma. I have a schedule. I usually stream on Thursday to Monday, starting at about 12 PM GMT plus 8 my time. Something like that. Give me a second. I need to open up my Steam. Yeah, I feel like my cough is not that bad now. I feel like just a little bit more only. I've been having medicine, and I have one of the medicine that causes drowsiness. Yeah, this one. I don't know why I say yeah this one. You guys can't even see it. But yeah, I have been eating medicine and sleep a lot. It helps a lot. It definitely helps. Hi, Shredder. I'm doing pretty okay now. Still have a little bit of cough, but it's a very mild one, so it's all good. Yo, Powers update? Recently, I've only been playing Power Word and also Tekken 8. I didn't even play other games anymore. Oh god. Yeah, let me close this one. Best stage, by the way. And recently, when I play Tekken, I know how to warm up now. I just go super ghost battle and I just warm up there. Is that Ixenbud? Wait, that is Ixenbud. I need Ixenbud. No, that's Bud. It's Bud. I deem Bud. And also recently, I have not been playing a lot of Kuma. I've been playing a lot of Reina. Reina is fun. Reina is so heckin' fun. Right? Okay, hopefully this one is not too loud. The gram fix and everything feels good. Oh, that looks weird. But I think this one gives good frame. Good frames. Normal Kuma? No, I'll still play Kuma. Just a little bit more Reina than Kuma. Okay, let me warm up my D-pad real quick and so my hand.
Get ready for the next battle.
And still pet the kobold. Pet good. I like pet. Being good. Oh no. Ooh. Oh, that works? That doesn't work. Oh. Too far. Warming you up by pets? I'll take it. When I pick this up, I'll play Dragunov. Dragunov is good. I play a bit of an online rank off stream. There's a lot of Dragunov somehow. A lot of Dragunov. Oh, hi Bori. Welcome, welcome. Damn, combo. I think triple works. Oh my god. Oh my god. Reina's electric is so hard somehow. There we go. Kazuya's electric is way easier. For whatever reason. Oh no. Wake tweak. Wake tweak. Hi. Hi, Heatley. I just enjoy all his grabs. His grab is very cool. Whoa. Oh no! Wait, let me try something.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's not right. Reina's electric feels a little bit different. Right? I can already feel the difference. Oh, I think I know why. It's way easier. Somehow her being shorter is harder. And I think for electric, because she has like a down forward 3 as like a easy input, so her manual input has to be like pinpoint perfect. And when the wave dash is pinpoint perfect, you're gonna need to like it's easier for her to do extendo down 2 and down forward 2. Right? Let me try again.
Get ready for the next
Electric
battle.
only stream. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, see? Down for 2. Oh yeah, also I found something fun. While standing 2 on counter hit, guaranteed. This one. Oh, wait. Guaranteed this. What the fuck? Guaranteed. Whoa. You know what? I think I saw the problem. Why is it frame dropping? Why is the frame dropping? Oh no, it looks like shit. I made the game look like shit. Sorry.
Lily.
We love the Soria.
Get ready
It
for
didn't
the
lag.
next battle.
It didn't lag as much the last time I played this one on stream. Weird. Because in Pokemon should be an electric gym leader. Oh no, what is this? This is the best game ever. Damn, smooth as butter frames. Oh my god. Wait, it's way easier, excuse me? It's actually easier. 2000s over again, Vaseline filled. DLSS? What is that? Maybe not 20, right? Maybe not 20. No. I don't see TLSS. Frames only dropping. It was okay though. Alright, 50. How bad does 50 looks? It doesn't look bad here. Okay, let me check, I'll go story mode after this.
Reina, Jack 8. Get ready for the next battle.
I feel like Urban Square is like the most resource intensive background, maybe? Whoa. A big boy combo? Oh. Yeah, I don't know if this works. Here, give me a second. Everything feels weird. Or maybe I'm just being dumb, I don't know. Like, the probability of me being dumb is very high right now. Does this work? The sound is gone? What the fuck? Why? There we go. Oh no, that's even weirder somehow. And I can control the mouse. It feels so weird. Why do I have extra down forward input? I'm not a happy bulb. Frame drop. Why do you have extra down forward input? Why do you have extra? Those extra down for only one frame? That's weird. I don't know what kind of input settings there are. It's so weird. It feels like it feels like I have to press way earlier. How about this one? Okay, let me try something. So Trio 2-1 also has like a just frame input. If it's 1 frame, it became 1 plus 2. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's... Oh, it's weird, it's weird, it's weird. I'm changing it back. You know what, maybe I'm just weak today. I don't know. It could be. Okay. Negative edge? I don't know. Today? What's negative edge again? You hold the button and then you let go. I don't think there's negative edge here. I don't think there's negative edge here. There's button buffering. You can press and hold the button. And then you can press 2. It will always become 1 plus 2. And then you can hold multiple buttons. Now if I hold 3 plus 4 and I add 2, it will be a taunt. Because taunt is like a 3-button input. You can input buffer like this. No, I'm done practicing. Yeah, there's taunts. Only a certain character has taunts. Let's go fight myself for a little bit. Last night I've seen the scariest Reina I've ever seen so far. The Reinas who know what the fuck they're doing are fucking manners. It feels like it, yeah. Hi G. Yeah, my Reina is also a cavalry now. Reina is fun as heck.
Get ready for the next battle.
A lot of her buttons are either launchers or drops. I'm surprised that she has a Doubtful 2 launcher.
追い詰めてみせろ。屈服の味を知るがいい。
Round 1. Fight.
That's not funny. Shit. I never do that. I never do that.
Round 2. Fight.
I didn't do it at all. I never do that. What do you mean? I never jump and do that.
3. Fight.
Guaranteed. Roger. That's it. Ashi? What?
You win.
資料通りか。予定調和
Yeah, in a
つまらんものはない。
I think I just do better in a real fight. Right? The chain of electric just feels so good. I love.
屈服の
Round 1. Fight.
I forgot I'm fighting myself. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, I never do that. You know, actually I did that wrong. Oh.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I messed up.
Round 3.
Yeah, I think after this I can go story. Punish.
You win.
資料通りか。
I think it's just her 1+2 is so good.
つまらんものはない。
By the way, her her 1+2 bleh. Yeah, her 1+2 is 12 frames or 13? I think it's 13. 13 frames and then on block -10. It's only -10. It's so stupid. Reina looks fun as hell. And she plays fun as hell too. Alright, let's go story. We were at chapter 7, I think? Yeah, and then we're now going to chapter 8. Let's do it! We're gonna do chapter 8. We're gonna watch some more movie. I actually don't know how many chapters are there. I wonder if I can finish it today. Bamda. Good. You can do up for 3+4 to do Xiao Yu's move. Spam them.
All available troops have been dispatched and are moving to Yakushima. We'll slow down Jin Kazuma and draw out the rebel army. Then take them all out at Yakushima. I assume that's the plan?
ジンは殺すな。俺が直接始末する。
I've scouted a few fighters from the tournament who could prove useful.
I don't know. Nina doesn't age.
無駄だ、アザゼルよ。
Alright, Azazel is inside him.
間もなく完全に俺のものになる。
Azazel actually made a
俺の
comeback.
中で溶けてゆけ。
So groß ist Kazuya Mishimas Kraft, dass sie selbst Azazel, seinen Schöpfer, zu verzehren vermochte. Seine Macht muss weitaus größer sein als die Azazels.
ジンが力を取り戻しても一筋縄ではいかないだろうね。
ザフィーナさんが言っていた魔を清めるための道しるべ、そこにかけるしかないのでしょうか。
そういえばクラウディオさんも悪魔を払う力を持っているんでしたよね。
Vielleicht könnten solche Kräfte jene von Devil bändigen oder gar bannen.
Und wenn Jin diese Kraft zu finden vermag?
立ち止まっている暇はない。今はジンを信じて俺たちにできることをするぞ。
It's a little soft on the story, but the gameplay is so loud.
これうちの家系図やん。あんたいつの間に？狭い。
パンダが仲間外れはかわいそうでしょ。
わかったからあんま詰めてくんな。で、このジュンってのがジンのお母さんやな。
Oui, mais il y a 7 ans, la lignée principale de la famille Kazama a été exterminée par quelqu'un qui a attaqué Yakushima. Jun Kazama a disparu.
Onida.
Am I gonna fight Ogre at some point?
森を焼き、俺から全てを奪っていった。
そんな。Écoutez tous, nous sommes sur le point d'atterrir à Yakushima.
Yakushima.
到着後は二手に分かれるって話やったな。
Oui, Asuka et moi observerons l'armée de la G Corporation.
シャオユーとパンダちゃんはジンのおもりを頼むで。
Panda.
Ne, ジンは小さい頃になりたかったものとかある？私はね、自分の遊園地を作って園長になるのが夢だったよ。世界中の人を幸せにしたかったんだ。
世界中か。随分と欲張りだな。だが悪くはない。
Hey yo, Jean smile.
それでジンはどうだったの？
夢は特になかった。母さんや屋久島の自然を守れればそれでいいと、それだけを願っていた。
Bird roosting. This going to start to probably disappear soon. Okay.
手合わせしていた。稽古の後は母さんが作った弁当を一緒に食べて。
ジン、私とも手合わせしてもらっていい？
Okay.
原点をたどれってザフィーナさんも言ってたでしょ。だからお願い。拳を交えて分かることもあるから。
わかった。Jean's having a bit of riz? A little bit.
こうして拳を交えるのも久しぶり。
Cheers to! Cheers to! Cheers to! Combo, please? I mean, no. Still got those. Why? I'll skip it. Music jump scare. Jink of thick? A little bit, I think.
やるな、シャオユ。俺も負けてはいられないな。
まだまだ。
Fight.
I forgot I'm not. Hop key? Help me hop kick. Yeah. Cheers to is mine. I mean, oh. I'm gonna do it. Hakugo wa ii. Okay.
私、ジンが昔とは変わっちゃったんじゃないかって怖かった。でも、ジンは私の好きなジンのままだった。守りたいものを見失わないでね。
シャオユ。
島ん中には鬼がおる。
この子守歌は昔母さんが歌ってくれた。
ジン、あの木に何かあるの
？Oh shit. Is it Jigglypuff? Hypnosis? Sing? Oh, that was just Okay.
G 社軍の狙いはおそらく2つ。一つは風間陣の確保。もう一つは陣を守ろうと動く我々の殲滅だ。
これが G 社の戦力展開予想図だ。俺たちは小隊に分かれ、各エリアの主力部隊を叩く。
一人当たり10人くらいですね。
ですがジンさんを失うわけにはいきません。
G 社は大会に出場した格闘家たちを雇い入れていると聞く。
そうであっても必ず陣を守り抜く。それに心強い助っ人もいる。
おParang?
必ず戻るって今度は言ってくれたもんね。この音はまさか。
No! Why am I playing Xiao Yu? Oh no, I hope not.
Jin Kazama will have to face great difficulties. When the time comes, you must protect him.
Hi Ingrid.
必ず。
I'm doing pretty okay. Did you like no? Never. Oh no, why?
ジンは私が守る。
Fight!
How do you play? Oh! Oh! Oh!
約束したんだから。
The best move in the game?
ずっと待ってたんだから。
No, 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 no. Best move in the game, I don't care.
どうってことないわ。
When these combos we had down by 2, we're down by 1.
最後。
Down by 1, baby.
ジンのところへは行かせない。
You barely got hit? You were fine, I'm playing hard mode. Chinese character from Guilty Gear, who?
ジン。
I mean, Xiao Yu's all about cheese.
母さん。いいジン。風間の拳は大事な人を守るためにあるのよ。わかった。じゃあ僕母さんを守るよ。
Jamu? That's kind of far. I mean, Jam is way noisier than Xiao. Way noisier. Oh, that's a short chapter. Every step to fucking moan.
The newest suppression weapon is nearly ready.
Understood.
Jam is Strife. If Jam is in Strife, I might go back. I actually might. Please no. That's Paul.
Ihr werdet...
Leroy,
I can't
Kim.
let Kazuya go about doing whatever he
Kuma,
wants.
best game ever.
And I want to offer Jin my help.
共に戦ってくれること改めて感謝する。
国連軍も到着済みだ。
This is
juste à temps pour la fête. いよいよだな。これより我々は G 社兵力との戦闘に突入する。戦力差は圧倒的だ。苦戦を強いられるのは間違いない。だが我々は悪魔に支配される未来を望まない。
Le destin du monde repose sur vos épaules.
全軍突撃。
Alright, how do I play without? What the fuck? What the? Why am I playing Tekken 6? I'm playing Tekken 4. It's Tekken Force. Let's go. Oh my god, this is the best game ever. Choose target. Okay. Tekken Force mode is back. What the fuck?
こちらアリサ。この戦い、これまでの戦闘とは異なります。私がサポートしますので、ダースは目の前の敵に集中してください。
助かるアリサ。
Heat? You can hit smash button with when his end and you hit this recover set period of time and he was in it. Cool, okay?
Like Commander Mars is fighting for us. Follow the commander's lead.
Oh my god.
想像以上に数が多いんだ。どうした？おじけづいたのかい？まさかこの程度で手こずっていてはジンに合わせる顔がない。
Nous partons pour l'objectif, bravo. Commandant Lars, je vous laisse vous charger de ça.
This is sickest game mode ever?
Resistance is futile. Surrender at once. Show everyone what we're made of. Completely outnumbered.
You really think you stand a chance against us?
今がチャンスです。畳みかけましょう。
ああ、一気に制圧。
Yo, let's go. This is the best game ever.
このエリアは抑えた。次へ進め。
Yo, they know how to fight.
新兵装バイオレットスーツの力を見せてあげよう。
Alright, I think I know how to play these.
これだけいればいいデータが取れそうだね。さあ、かかってきたまえ。
射撃兵です。遠距離からの攻撃に注意してください。
Heat parry? Activate short heat state, making a counter attack with heat smash. What the fuck?
もっと褒めてくれても構わないよ。
Nope.
新兵装、すごいです。
これがバイオレットスーツの力が。
Oh my god, wait a minute.
スーツの進化はまだまだこんなものではないよ。
Oh my god, wait a minute, they're non-stop. Biley? Oh, they have guns behind. Oh no. Can I move? I can move. I can move.
バイオレットスーツの力が。
このスーツの進化はまだまだこんなものではないよ。バラの花が舞うエクセレントな機能も備わっているのさ。
Dude, I'm playing Dynasty Warrior League.
本当に必要なのか、その機能は。
I Oh, I got shot. Oh no, this is tough.
Fight.
Ow. It's not Sugoi when getting ganked like this. I need help. The snipers are too far. Oh, let's go. I forgot about 1, 2, 2, 3 is pretty good. Marvelous!
It's time to get serious, lady.
Fight.
Of course.
Ow, ow, ow.
What the hell? Is that a ninja in their ranks?
A ninja? You gotta be kidding me.
Mission's going well. How about on your end?
Oh, it's 4-3.
Of course. You've been through worse than this countless times.
Victor, fais attention, Raven. Des renforts ennemis arrivent sur toi. Bien. Je ne me fais pas trop de soucis pour ta position.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
See the results of my training. Turns out bad and all.
I've been hit!
Oh, damn! I've been hit! I've been hit! Ow!
Of course.
What the hell? Is that a ninja in their ranks?
A ninja? You gotta be kidding me.
Not that hit. Oh my god.
Damn! I've been hit!
I've been hit! I've been hit again!
Of course.
I shouldn't get that into me.
What the hell? Is that a ninja in their ranks?
What the hell?
Ninja? You gotta be kidding me!
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, this might be it. I shouldn't have stopped.
See the results of my training and abandon all hope. She's going well. How about a new effort?
Battle's in our favor. We're suppressing the enemy. Excellent! 国連軍もなかなかやるじゃないか。頼もしい限りだ。
We've been through worse than this countless times.
Oh, my back. Can't do this.
Ici Victor. Fais attention, Raven. Des renforts ennemis arrivent sur toi. Bien. Je ne me fais pas trop de soucis pour ta position.
Yes, sir.
Damn! I've been hit!
It's the curse. I've been hit.
Shots fired! Get down! Get down!
Okay. I've been hit. Ugh. Hi, Shirabo. The book. Welcome.
How trivial. Resuming mission.
Yo, Leo's cool. Oh.
Creí que había conectado ese golpe. Du bist doch Azucena von der Ortiz Farm. Stehst du jetzt auf der Seite der G-Corporation?
En fin. Si estás con la corporación G, será una excelente publicidad para mi café.
Oh my god.
Además, ¿no crees que el café ayudará a alcanzar la paz mundial?
Bitte was?
Te interpones entre la paz mundial y yo.
Hä? Du behandelst mich wie ein Verbrecher?
Oh my god, Azucena is stupid.
Fight.
Oh, was
Es gibt keinen Grund für uns zu kämpfen.
Ow. You're not. Leo.
¡Arriba! No está mal. Por cierto, ¿cómo me conoces?
Es gibt auf der ganzen Welt keinen Kaffeeliebhaber, der dich nicht kennt.
¡Oh! ¿Eres amante del café? Claro, lo suponía. Por cierto, ¿de dónde eres? Espera, déjame adivinar. Tu cara me
Machado.
Tal vez no.
Deutschland.
Ah, ¿adiviné? Entonces, el nuevo producto será la mezcla matutina de Azucena. Lo pondré a la venta en Alemania. ¡Hasta luego!
Was hat
Azucena.
sie nur vor?
What?
Law. Why are you with G Corporation?
It's your fault I'm standing here right now.
What?
What are you talking about?
You promised we'd split the tournament prize, remember? Paul, I expect you to keep your promise now that you beat me.
Hmm? Yeah, I won't let him go unchecked. Oh? Oh!
Pay up, jerk.
Oh
Shut
no.
up. There's none left.
Oh no.
Money's driven you mad. Let's go.
Wake up. Oh, I can't get that.
With all the talk about money.
Makes it sound like it's no big deal.
Never pay you.
Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, Paul was kinda mean about that. Not Nick. Not Nick. Oh wow. No. Kuma, no.
Kuma!
It's the music. No.
You saved me.
No, Kuma. I'm sorry, I'm coughing a lot.
إذن Sergei Dragunov يقودهم. Laissez-moi m'en charger. Nous avons des affaires à régler.
I can cause a commotion and try to distract them.
هيا بنا.
How to Shaheen? Oh no.
こちらアリサ。赤い武装の兵士は G 社の精鋭です。気をつけてください。
Okay.
Watch out for artillery fire! Ah! Fire!
Hey, watch it! Those G-Corp guys. Who brings a tank to a fight? Ça prouve à quel point la menace est sérieuse.
هذا يثبت أنهم يعتبرون جيل كازاما تهديدا. لهذا السبب علينا حمايته.
Compris. Je vous laisse vous en occuper.
Help, help, help. Help, help, help. You don't just want to leave. I'm dead. That's tough.
Artillery fire! Fire!
Hey, watch it! Those G-Corps guys. Who brings a tank to a fight?
Ça prouve à quel point la menace est sérieuse.
هذا يثبت أنهم يعتبرون جين كازاما جديدا. لهذا السبب علينا حمايته.
Compris. Je vous laisse vous en occuper.
That works.
لجميعهم نهاية نفسها.
Ooh, okay. King!
Fight. こちらアリサ。強力な警察攻撃をしてくる敵がいるようです。警戒を。赤いジャックセブンは
Oh my god.
されているようです。注意してください。
Nope. Holy shit. Oh Jesus, holy shit. There were no chance.
Fight.
こちらアリサ。強力な警察攻撃をしてくる敵がいるようです。警戒を。赤いジャックセブンは出力が強化されているようです。注意してください。
They just keep coming no matter how many we take down.
Just our luck. They're all elite. This isn't gonna be easy.
King. Yeah, that's right. We got the one and only king on our side.
Yeah! We're not going down without a fight!
Ow.
Doesn't make sense. We outnumbered and outgunned them.
Ow, ow, holy shit. Help. Oh my god. Get out. Okay. Uh-oh. Damn, who needs gun with a fist?
こちらアリサ。銃を構えた兵士が多くいます。気をつけてください。
I'm too fast to get caught by a bullet.
That game just fucking crashed. Oh my god, game just crashed. It was too much. Actually, cannot believe it. The game just crashed. I have to do it over again. It's because Steve is British? Probably. God damn it. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I think that was a little bit too much. There's nothing that I can close, to be honest. Like, this is like the bare minimum amount of things that I need. I could close the captioner? Let me check. Okay, OBS uses the most, that's normal. Streamer bar? Google only uses 1%, so it doesn't really help that much. Yeah, everything is using like the bare minimum amount, other than OBS is using like 10% of the CPU. Ah, shit. I guess I have to make it a lot lower, graphic-wise. I have to do it over again. Why, game? Steve's in the wrong game, supposed to be in Minecraft. That's a wrong Steve. Alright, I mean, I guess I can try to lower down some of the graphics so that it doesn't crash like that again. Let me see what I can do. The resolution scale is already at 70, I think. Oh, it's at 50. Maybe this one? Ultra performance? That was so weird. I have to do it over again. I cannot believe it. Oh, or not. The game saves. This is the best game ever. Alright, we good.
I'm too fast to get caught by a bullet.
Surround you.
Someone take the sniper down ASAP!
There are more of them than I thought.
Eight
doesn't change my plans. They're all going down.
Hey, choo.
Damn it! Our unit's getting wiped out!
Hold on a little longer. I'm sure your boss will handle this.
Oh, I deserve that. I 200% deserve that. Oh, no green. Why you die of clean?
こちらアリサ。
Okay, I shouldn't be
銃を
doing that.
構えた兵士が多くいます。気をつけてください。
Ah, I'm too fast to get caught by a bullet. Finish.
One to one is pretty good. Wait a minute. 1 to 1. 1 to 1. Oh, fuck. That's right. 1 to 1 1.
Multiple enemies spotted. Don't let them surround you.
Where the hell did it come from? Someone take the sniper down ASAP!
There are more of them than I thought. Doesn't change my plans. They're all going down.
Damn it! Our unit's getting wiped out!
Requesting reinforcements!
Hold on a little longer.
Whoa.
I'm sure your boss will handle this.
すごい。私も負けていられません。
Dude. Dude. Okay, that works. Lethal Chatter gonna start over. Me too.
I'll leave the rest to you.
Your cheeks! Victor? How do I Victor? Why don't I get to play Kuma? It's the only character that I know how to play.
Cela faisait longtemps. Ange blanc de la mort. Fight.
1 1 2. 1 1 2. Whoa, whoa, what? I should. I'm just spamming through. Yo, OP? I'm playing. Who is it again? Noctis? Oh my god. Whoa, combos?
Je te tiens. Le lien qui unit nos destins prend fin aujourd'hui.
You did.
Aujourd'hui, tu seras effacé. Ange de la mort. Adieu.
Adieu. Sick.
Ainsi se brise le lien qui unissait nos destins. Il est très fort pour s'enfuir. Ici Victor, mission accomplie. Quelle est votre situation, Lars?
こちらラス、増援部隊が多く苦戦中だ。
ラス、島全体のスキャンが完了しました。
ジンたちの居場所は分かったか？
はい。シャオヨウさんが G 社軍からジンさんを守っているようです。ただ、ジンさんの意識レベルが異常値を示しています。何か胸騒ぎがします。
アリサ、リー、ここで敵の排除に当たってもらえるか？預かろう。アリサ、ジンの居場所を端末に送ってくれ。
そう言うと思って送信済みです。
ありがとう。二人とも頼んだぞ。
This game's sick. This game's good. Oh my god, it's Tio? Tio?
你将一雪前耻。
一雪前耻。
Why do you seek your own destruction?
力量方是至高无上之根本。
力量至高无上的根本。It's so weird to hear Feng actually speaking. For what reason?
吾将成为龙神。
龙神。
可笑。
Oh my god. I found it. I'll do it.
The essence of Wing Chun.
I'll do it.
Like steel.
Oh. Stink.
Suppression weapon Jack 8, ready for deployment.
Roger that. Deploy at once.
Reina?
まだこの島に残っていて大丈夫なのかニーナ・ウィリアムズ
It seems you're very well informed. So, tell me more about yourself.
Oh wow.
You're finished.
Hey! No. I don't know the combo. At least I know how to play Reina. Reina good, Reina fun. Grand Blue later. I don't play Grand Blue.
いい腕だ私が何者か理解できたか
I see. You're Mishima's.
Mishimas? Continue, you little shit!
My job with G Corporation is finished. I'm done here.
どうだ私の下で働かないか
I'm willing to negotiate. If it's after my vacation.
Damn, Jack 8. Just fucking walking.
How
to Arisa?
Fight.
Ow. Arisa, 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 Arisa. I found the best move. Are you laughing at me? Chainsaw, I'm cheese! No, 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 no. Good. Chainsaw. No, no, I know. Chainsaw. 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 Oh shit. Coco bitch. Kinda is. Oh damn, okay.
On dirait que nous arrivons à temps.
あんた大丈夫か？はい、お二人ともありがとうございます。これでエリア一帯の従者兵力を相当しました。この反応は
Asuya? Oh, it is.
雑魚どもめ、ここでまとめて死ぬがいい。
今度こそ私を殺してみせろ。
Why? What is your end game, Reina? I don't get it.
これで残るは奴だけだ。そこか。風間陣。引導を渡してやる。
Why would you? Why? Why would you just stand there? You could just sidestep it, but you don't wanna. Red? I still don't know what her end game is. She's weird. But I like Reina. Reina cool, but weird. So eyes are bloodshot. She took one too many energy drinks.
わかった。任せてくれ。
Pamda. A yippany yipjin yippity drinks.
Fight.
止められるものか。
今だ。サンと言ったはずだ。
Oh my god. Scripted? Okay.
確かに貴様に比べれば俺たちは弱いかもしれん。しかし手を携え支え合い未来を作ることができる。ファイト。この身が果てようとも。
Oh no, not this shit again. Ow. My man, everything is armor.
Fight. この身が果てようとも。
Absolute dick. A bitch is on sidestep. I cannot sidestep that shit.
Fight.
This one. It's cool. Okay. 2-1 into 2 on the launch. Oh my god, it's a camp if I stay on the ground? Couple one first. Oh my god, it's so hard. I got this. Forward back 2-1. This one. Oh my god, you asshole. I got armored to death.
Fight.
Oh my god. Where's my downfall one? I had too many mistakes this one. Oh! Oh! Oh, let's go! Scripted. Forward 3 Pog. Sidestep? Oh shit.
Mishima Kazuya!
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Honore! Migurushii Makeinu ga! 俺たちが稼ぐ1分1秒がこの世界の明日につながる。
Damn, Lars is sick.
お前しかいないんだ。
Hi Nexus. Oh, that was sick. That was so good. That was so good. Check the time. Oh, it's only 2? I think I can finish this. It looks like it's almost finished. Oh no.
貴様は無力だ。故に母を守れなかった。
Oh, that's cool.
力なき者は全てを奪われる。お前の手から今までどれだけ大切なものがすり抜けた？貴様はあの時の。お前には力が必要だ。怒りと憎しみに身を浸せ。復讐だけが生きる道だ。その器。
Oh my god, Tekken 5 music! Oh, this is sick as fuck, I'm gonna cry. Nah. God damn it, I didn't expect that hit. The music is so good.
Fight. 感謝している。
Not even a single June appearance?
貴様は傲慢さゆえに世界を戦火で飲み込んだ。怒りと憎しみを振りまく貴様は三島和也と同じだ。罪と共に生きろ。孤独な戦いこそが贖罪だ。罪の意識と使命感が前へ進む意志を与えてくれた。だが俺の贖罪は
Tekken 6, let's go.
孤独な戦いじゃない。Fight. 貴様の傲慢さが多くの
didn't do as much, okay. Na 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 na. We, but oh shit.
過去のノレと向き合い乗り越えてきたようだな。ああ、怒りと憎しみが俺たちを生かしてくれた。そうだ、罪と使命が俺たちを強くしてくれた。全ては今の自分につながっている。そして未来の自分へと。俺は過去を受け入れるためにここに来た。俺は未来へと踏み出すためここを出る。俺はもうお前を、俺自身を否定しない。俺自身を縛る心の鎖をお前が打ち砕いてくれ。ああ。はあ。
Damn.
この俺もお前の力だ。生まれた時から常に諦めはしない。俺はお前と
Second 6 music? I'm actually having goosebumps. I didn't feel that.
お前は俺自身。今こそこの鎖を打ち砕き前に進むべき時だ。これで最後だ。
I have so much goosebumps. It's so good.
心を縛る鎖はもうない。お前の本当の望みは何だ。俺の望みは俺は命に変えても大事な人たちを守りたい。そのためにはお前の力が必要だ。デビルよ、もう一度共に戦ってくれ。ああ、もちろんだ。俺は決してお前を否定しない。それがお前の望みなら全てを受け入れよう。
It's a very nice devil.
お前はずっと俺を守ってくれていたんだな。ありがとう。すまなかった。今度は俺自身みんなを守ってみせる。
Oh, that's so good. I'm pretty sure they nailed it in terms of like story mode in Tekken 8. They nailed it 200%.
大した執念だが、ここまでのようだな。
ジン。遅いぞ、切り札。長い間すまなかった。
ジン。
待たせた。シャ。
不思議だね。今のジンはデビルなのに怖くないよ。死なないでね。
Kazuya is so chill.
今度こそ全てを終わらせる。
Where are you going? Kazuya is here. Oh, okay.
Fight.
Oh my god, you're being such a shit. Why are you doing your own combo? Oh, you got his side step too? Wait, I thought you had side step too. That's tough. God. I didn't cry, holy shit. Oh, that's safe? Oh, it's so fast! I forgot about that. What? Oh my god, I can't stack that shit. If I can step that laser, I'll be pretty good. Running 2? It is? Oh my god. That is bull. The laser has mix?
Fight!
How'd you keep doing this? Eat dirt!
デビルの血を否定していた貴様がどういうわけだ。貴様には分か
今の俺にとってデビルの力は呪いではない。
Damn, Dragon Ball?
守るための力だ。くだらんな。Fight.
What the? I can I'll do it again.
その力、以前の俺には届いていたかもしれんな。だが、今の俺には遠く及ばん。
Oh shit.
ここで全てを終わらせてやろう。死ぬことけつもりか。
Why are you Frieza?
ここでやつを倒さなければ、この力は何のためにある。たとえ命と引き換えても、必ず俺は。
ジン、自分の命を諦めないで。強くなったのね、ジン。
Swear to God, if you say let's have a fight here, I will cry.
まだ足りないんだ。もっと強くならないと。俺は存在している意味がない。
あなたは優しいから、きっと自分のことは後回しにしてきたのね。でもそれが誰かを悲しませることもあるとあなたは知っているはず。風間の拳は大事な人の思いを守るためのもの。自分自身も守るべき大事な命だって忘れないで。
母さん、俺は生きたいと思っていいのか。
風間の力は命を育み、魔を清め払う。
Do I have the right to desire life? That?
その力であなた自身と和也さんを救ってあげて。
That looks weird.
ジン、いってらっしゃい。
Holy shit.
その姿はまさか己これは浄化の力か。
Median overstand. High Zephyr. Poor fish, they don't deserve this. All jokes aside, this story mode is fucking 300% of what I expected. Like, after Tekken 7 story, this shit is like godlike. That's how we get to this stage. Okay. Damn, what move do I have?
Fight.
Angel Jin? What? Fist forward who? Oh, okay.
Fight.
Still got him. I'll do it again. Got him, 1-1-2. Oh shit. This is cool as fuck. Am I playing Tekken or am I playing... Damn, I fucking love this game. Oh my god, I'm gonna coom. You asshole. Oh, that's 1+2? Oh, I just do 1+2, okay. My god, man. Hi, welcome. Fuck! I'm just watching 10-hour cutscene every time. Hi, Dinophos. I'm the yellow one. Oh, let's go. Let's cheese. Poetry. Oh, let's go. When I press a button, you press a button too. That sucks. Damn, this is tough. Where did the Aeon Resident Evil 4 gameplay? That was fun. Oh, I'm gonna do that soon. I haven't given up on the Resident Evil 4 run. It's just these days that sorry. These days there's Tekken 8 and also Power World that I want to play. Just lots of games. Lots of games that I want to play, especially this one. Yeah. On 1, 2 team members on 1 team option. Oh, let's take a tech number 2. Or take a tech number setting. I can never see. Oh my god, it's a mix after? The thing about this is that it has like the old fighting game syndrome. I press the button, they press the button, they input read, and that's like the most cancerous shit ever. My god. Oh no, I can recommend. forget how to block that one. Thank you. I actually got grabbed! I'm so pissed. I got grabbed. Hi, Scarlet. Oh, this one is very cancerous. The amount of input read is insane in this one.
Fight.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm cool. The thing that makes Kid me feels like about herself. I grew up with BS fighting game boss fights such as MK1. Yeah. Like the old fighting game syndrome is the input read syndrome. It's only normal. I remember playing King of Fighters 2006, I think? And then I have to fight that fucking satay hen Jivatma. It's like crazy. It's stupid. Yeah, I usually call those just input read syndrome. I don't know. Input read is the worst. I didn't mean to get hit by that. Chip kills. Oh, it's Kafira. Hi. Thanks for the lyric. Appreciate. I mean, having a dragoness here. And Cobalt feels safe. The unblockable which hit you for a big portion of damage if you block. Yeah, that's fun. At least when I block, it's all recoverable damage, so that's excusable, I guess. A little bit.
Fight.
What are you Jinpachi shit? Of course, when I armor you were too low. I found laser, you bitch! It's so bright I cannot see anything, but that's cool as fuck. Got an ad for Tekken 8. Whoa, really? There's more? Angel Jin different from the usual piss baby devil Jin? Probably. A lot of difference. Fuck, that's cool. Fuck? This is the best story in the whole fighting game in history. This is like the last chapter. I don't know, I want more. I don't want this to be the last chapter. I want more. Going back to our own roots, I guess.
デビルの力は失われた。もはや俺たちは人間に過ぎない。
それがどうした？あんなものは手段の一つに過ぎん。
ならば、お前は俺がここで止める。
俺の前に立つならば誰であろうと殺す。
Oh my god, Tekken has the best story in the whole FGC. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm gonna cool. Oh hi baby.
Fight. 貴様では俺には及ばん。誰がここで貴様を超える。
Oh my god. I should got hit by that. Oh, that's all guaranteed. Oh my god! I'm having goosebumps all over. Potato trick this thing. Get up! Get up! Then walk in and when they take a comedian thing crashing into the ground. It's the best story in the whole game. Oh, Steve! I'm gonna cry. You no fucking way. Tekken 3 music. I'm gonna cry.
Fight.
Wait, I have... Whoa! I did that. Oh, that is so good.
三島流は捨てたはずでは。
俺はもう三島流を使うことをためらいはしない。ファイ
ト。Again. Oh my god, it hits ground grip. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is so sick. Omen stance? Oh my god.
全てじゃない。
Ooh. Take a take two music.
それが今。来い。
I'm playing as June now?
小賢しい真似を。
I'm gonna cry.
Fight.
I have forward too. I parried. What the fuck? Nah, you don't do that shit. Nah. It's the best game ever. I'm sorry. Oh damn.
俺を支配しようとする者は何者も許さん。
Fuck.
戦いとは最後にどちらが立っているかそれだけだ。
You will be a shining star of hope.
Tu devi vivere. Believe in yourself and look to the future.
이걸로 끝은 아니겠지?
戦いとは生きることそのものだ。
しぶといやつめ。ディア。
ジンさんの誰より強い意志と覚悟をみんなが知っています。
我々にも花を持たせてくれたまえ。
Halte deine tiefsten Wünsche in Ehren.
遅いぞ切り札。託された思いが俺に生きる勇気を与えてくれた。
バカな。
守りたいものを見失わないでね。
みんなと共に生きるため俺は何度でも立ち上がる。
諦めの悪さは認めてやる。だが勝つのは俺だ。
Let's fucking go.
自分の過去を否定しない。
Yo, let's fucking go.
俺はもう仲間とつながることを否定しない。
You know, still have that shit. Oh, I didn't do that. Oh, I didn't do that. That's a Tekken 5 combo, what the fuck? That's June's move. Yeah, 1-2 is 1-2 guaranteed. That's Tekken 5 combo. Damn! I'm doing it. Okay. Get out of here. I'm having so many goosebumps. Why is it lagging? No, why is it lagging? What do you mean? Fuck. Oh fuck. Why? That's sad. Oh, my PC can handle this shit. Fuck. Can you fix it? Why is there a desync? God, I'm so sorry. Cannot believe it.
Arigato, Kasa. Kitto mata aeru. Kaerou. Minna no moto e.
And what about Reina? You guys remember Reina? There's no way Reina's eyes was bloodshot. What is this? Shit, too epic. Kobo PC can keep up. Yeah. Understand I only played 2 games and we're bad at them. You probably play more than a lot of that. Seriously, even more than in me. Yep. Who that? I don't recognize that shoes. What about? What about? What about Reina? I mean, best story mode in the whole wide world, I would say this one. What the fuck? In FGC anyway. Hey, Leroy likes coffee, let's go. She's just like Lars, but her eyes was bloodshot. That's gonna imply something. No, this is the game about love and care. All the love and care has been gone into this game. I love it. Ooh, yep, there it is. Let's get fucked on me. What? She is Heihachi's daughter? What the fuck? But she calls Jin senpai though. Yep. Hi Karnai. No fucking way, what the fuck? Fast forward. Lilith incoming. There's no way she calls Jin senpai, because if she is Heihachi's daughter. Yeah, and then she would have relation with Kazuya. Like, she and Kazuya is gonna be like sister brother, because Kazuya is her son. Kazuya is his son. I'm so fucking confused. How the fuck? In no way of Tekken history has Reina appeared. Typical Kazama family tree stuff. That would be Mishima now, would it? The story mode is too good, I have to say. I wish there's more, but maybe there's like a Tekken 9 thing. Alright, time for another 10 years of waiting for Tekken 9. You know, it is on par with Tekken story. With how batshit insane with some of them is. Spice Stoner, thanks for the follow. I don't know why it didn't come out, but hey, thank you. I'll be granny level by the time 9 comes out. Maybe I will be too, I don't know. But in terms of like the story mode made in Tekken 8, is so fucking good. Like in comparison between Tekken 7 is like Tekken 7 story mode is actually Oh wait, character episodes? Side story is better together, okay. Soul Chain. Finish chapter 15 with Jin Kazama victorious. Why do you have that? Oh, good looking. You want to take Grand Blue reading? Alright, sure. Appreciate the alert, always. Thank you. Which one will have arthritis? I'll be able to play funny games every weekend. Sorry. Yeah, 7 story mode is so... It's not very weak, it's actually piss poor. I'm so sad about it. Especially the narrator just makes the story even worse. Sorry, did I not press back? Yeah, I was thinking about it too. Jin losing might be another ending. Let's try it. Oh no, how do I play this game? I don't know how to play special style. I only want to press buttons. 8 combos. 8 combos. Oh no! Oh shit. Maybe on the later... Maybe on the late game, not here. Hey, I can break it. I'm a grab it. The micro duck? We call those things micro ducks. When they duck the throw for like 5 frames, I think, and at least at most 5 frames, that's a micro duck to duck the throw or duck the eyes basically. That's micro duck. What if I don't get up? No way.
You lose.
Oh. Oh, thanks, game. Had to try it. I had to try it. teabagging is getting... it's fine. But then teabagging would be like multiple micro ducks. No too much of micro duck spam. What? Yeah, micro duck spam is teabagging. Yeah, it's all good, don't worry. I know you're not using it in a bad way, it's fine. Alright, I have to get up here. Did I? I actually don't remember. I'm skipping cut. Nope, I cannot skip cutscene. The best music in the game, what the fuck?
Fight!
Nah. Ooh. If you're doing this teabag, are you a beta? Probably. But I never teabag. Nishimaryu.
Fight!
If I can lose here? Oh god. Ow. Ow. We have a key charge there, you fuck?
Fight!
Oh, I get it. That's safe. I remember this whole combo now. sickest transition.
来い。小賢しい真似を。ファイト。
母さんが教えてくれた強い
行くぞ。
そして風間の技。俺の全てで貴様を止める。
Best book of the game. 1+2.
簡単な技など俺には通じん。
諦めはしない。
しよ。生ぬるい。
I get a cobalt getting rid of the dragon. Oh, very happy, very happy. There's so many dragon accessories that I can buy. I never show you guys my Starbucks dragon card, but it's so good. Something remind me. Not just any dragon, the wood dragon. Can I skip this? I can. I'm gonna skip this. I hope you guys don't mind. Dragon accessories with bad card. Are there any
be a shining star of hope?
bad kind of dragon?
Believe in yourself.
Oh, bad. Oh,
and look to the future.
But those things are way too expensive. These are some fun cutscenes, right? 15 chapters of these. It's so good. I mean, I already have like a new... Oh, I never showed you guys. I bought a new Malzeno amiibo.
Halte deine tiefsten Wünsche in Ehren.
遅いぞ切り札託された思いが俺に生きる勇気を与えてくれた
バカな
I think it's here, like the part. Let me try to lose as Jin.
みんなと共に生きるため俺は何度でも立ち上がる
諦めの悪さは認めてやるだが勝つのは俺だ
Maybe if I don't press these. I'm not gonna press this. I'm not gonna press this. Oh! Ow. Hello, hi, you Kiane, hi. Damn. Oh, wait, let me try losing here. Especially, how do I play this game? What the fuck? Oh yeah, I forgot you had this. Wait. What the fuck? Let me try losing here. How do I play this game? Power crush. Power crush. Single button electric, insane. Alright, let me low attack. No, my low attack, why is it not working? Why my low attack not working? Oh, we have that. Hellshrine! Save me, Hellshrine! Don't actually win. No, thank you. Okay, so I have to win here still. Maybe there's like a Kazuya character episode. Wow, that's sick. Mutada! Maybe here? I'm actually trying, but Kazuya Sama is so good. Sorry about me coughing so long. I didn't do it. That was not me. I didn't do it. I didn't press it. I didn't press it. I didn't press the rage charge yet. The rage charge is so far away. How the fuck am I supposed to press it? Okay, wait. Hold forward. Hold forward. No! Hold forward, you fuck. Well, I tried. Or sick kobold forced to work in the mines. Get me out. Oh, it's not desync now. Now I can watch it without desync. Yeah, there's badminton tonight. I forgot.
これでデビルの力は世界から消え去った。ありがとう、母さん。きっとまた会える。帰ろう。みんなのもとへ。
This one feels like Jin's just breaking the 4-4 and talking to us directly. Kind of. Also, this cutscene was really cool. You thought it ended, and then Reina just like. Yeah, I feel like that's the same road. I didn't think that's Reina's shoes. I don't think Reina wears that. Who the hell is that? Let me skip this and see what happens. Do we still get the stomp? Oh, we don't get the stomp. If people skip that, they would not see Reina's demon form. That's devious. There has to be a way. Okay, let's go look at the characters episode. I know we're gonna play online until there's a lot of them, but I'm gonna play like only a few of them. And like Jin or Jun or Kazuya, maybe here. Reina looks like Slaanesh. I don't know who that is. I have to look at all the characters' feet. Why? Oh, to search who that was, huh? Those are shoes.
Jin Kazama, driven by the devil's blood in his veins, plunged the world into chaos and conflict as head of the Mishima Zaibatsu. In order to control the devil within him, Jin headed home to Yakushima, where an unbelievable reunion awaited him. It was the woman who went missing due to Ogre's assault several years prior, his mother, Jun Kazama.
Slut god from Warhammer.
Reunited with his mother once more, Jin began a journey of spiritual training to face his inner psyche and prepare for the battles ahead.
Slaanesh.
Get ready for the next battle.
Demon god of lust, temptation, pleasure, pain, and music. Music? That was unexpected. I mean, all of those make sense, but music?
Round one. Fight.
cheers too.
Get ready for the
Music
next
like
battle.
rock and such, which is seen as the devil's music. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Round 1. Fight.
What? Isn't that not guaranteed? It is guaranteed.
Round 2. Fight.
As for the shoes, to me they look like Jin's mother's shoe. Oh, right, it looks like Jun's.
Get ready for the next battle.
You're actually, oh my god, you're right.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Ow. There you go. Oh my god, how is look like woman
Get ready for the
bad
next battle.
misogyny? No, Twitch, what the fuck? That's not what?
Round 1. Fight.
Twitch is being weird, not me.
Round 2. Fight.
No, not black. They prohibited the message because of the phrase "looked like a woman." What the fuck, Twitch? What the fuck?
Get ready for the next battle.
That is wrong on all levels, Twitch. What the fuck?
その器投げ出すがいい
させるか Round 1. Fight.
Like a combo.
Round 2. Fight.
Be a generous glob. Hi, Zuref.
左に避けて撃つ。相打ち。力が入ったか。
ジン
It is. It is June's shoes.
お昼の時間よ。
What?
残さず食べるのよ。
It's all just beans. That's weirdly cute. Where did June come from? This is a cute ending. Where did June come from? Rosebud frozen peas, full of frozen goodness and green penis. It's delicious.
Several years ago, June Kazuma faced the mighty ogre in Yakushima, where she narrowly escaped death by fleeing to the Kazuma Sanctum. As she drifted in and out of consciousness, she was overcome with scenes of a deadly struggle between her beloved Kazuya Mishima and son Jin Kazuma. Upon waking from her long nightmare, June realized her visions were a reflection of how the pair stood in the real world. She set off for Italy to put an end to this quarrel between father and son.
和也さん、ジン、必ずあなたたちを救ってみせます。
But she was never there in the main story.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dean. I'm fighting Dean already?
Round one.
It's a cool background.
Round two. Fight.
Ow. Ah, I just didn't know how to play June.
You win.
I'm gonna win.
Get ready for the next
when
battle.
Jin gets a son, he will go in jank or junk.
ジン、力に飲まれないで。
Round one. Fight.
You terrible Gibson. That's good damage. Guaranteed. I have to say I love June's choice outfit. They're beautiful and classy. I know, right? June looks
Get ready for the next
super
battle.
nice.
カズヤさん、今度こそあなたを救います。
Round 1. Fight.
Picture. It's a punch in the hand.
Fight.
Oh, it's 4. This.
You win.
Restraining myself from getting taken 8 because on my main is finally coming to friend 6. Ed? Who Ed? That's new.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Projectile.
You win.
No way. I make sure. Whoa. Okay. I'm gonna come. It's Azazel. Oh my god, my PC cannot handle Azazel. Help. My PC actually cannot handle Azazel.
Round 1.
Yo, let's fucking go. What the fuck is that damage? God, Azazel is so hard.
Fight.
I'll do it again. Ow. Ow, holy shit.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, guarantee. Got him.
You win. How goofy and how so everyone became less impulsive? Feels like it. There's no way. How the fuck is this an ending?
Don't laugh like that, it's so scary.
Jin, Katsuya-san.
Oh, that's so depressing.
夢だったのね。
Oh, that's so fucking depressing. No. Oh, that's so depressing. Oh my god. It's the cringe crystal lizard. That's not cringe. Azazel is hot. I love Azazel. I don't mind getting stopped. What? Boy, stop and come eat your goddamn
Mishima
pee.
defeated Heihachi Mishima, the head of the Mishima Zaibatsu, and put an end to their protracted rivalry. Heihachi disappeared after losing the match against Kazuya, and without a head, the Mishima Zaibatsu spiraled into crisis. To elect a new head of the organization, the group announced it was holding a new entry in the King of Iron Fist tournament. This was the chance that Kazuya had been waiting for, the chance to achieve total world domination.
世界を滑るのが誰なのかきっちりと刻み込んでくれる。
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament. First up.
Oh, that's cool.
Get ready for the next battle.
Poor Lou.
Let's finish this.
Yeah, it's all good, it's all good. I've learned to awaken more. What there is a face in hair? I think Paul looks pretty good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Because Luke fight like in the cover of Street Fighter 6, that's the level bad. Is it that bad? I think Paul still looks pretty good.
Preparati. Round 1. Fight.
Also, Paul doesn't have hair that looks like a fried cornet. It's not Paul. I mean, that hair is very iconic, huh?
Il faut se débarrasser des forces que l'on ne peut contrôler. Round 1. Fight.
Bon appétit. usted debe ser después que yo ne boot controle. I butchered it 200%. Let's go.
Round 1. Fight.
Just saying like because I cannot catch up.
And now,
the final match!
Get ready for the next battle.
Lars 2.
貴様の思い通りにはさせない。
闘争と反逆。三島の血の宿命だな。
三島の血の宿命だ。Why do you keep ducking? I mean, I know why you keep ducking because I'm just spamming electric, but why you keep ducking? Damage?
You are the champion!
I'm the champion!
くだらん質問だ。次。くだらん。俺の人生は今まで戦いに彩られていた。あいつと知り合ったのもとある戦いの最中だ。闘争が日常である俺の周りに弱者は必要ない。そしてこいつは強い。
What?
それだけだ。次。
What? There's no fucking way. What the fuck? What kind of drip? Holy shit. Okay, that's the best ending ever. Oh, I didn't expect that. That's actually the best ending. Reina, right? Reina? Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Sneakerhead. Foot fetish is Street Fighter 6. It's not a thing in Tekken. That a foot fetish is Street Fighter thing. Alright, let's see Reina. I definitely didn't expect that ending. It's so good.
Reina, the secret daughter of Heihachi Mishima, attended Mishima Polytechnical School. She loved and respected her father, whom she saw as a role model, but Heihachi vanished after his defeat by Kazuya Mishima. The now headless Mishima Zaibatsu put on the King of Iron Fist tournament in order to choose a new head of the organization. Reina entered the tournament to take over the Mishima Zaibatsu and carry on her father's legacy.
お父様、私が必ず三島財閥を手に入れてみせます。
Yeah, the goofy endings all taken head is the best. They are so good.
King of Iron Fist tournament. First up.
Get ready for the next battle.
Kuma?
クマよ、私に仕えるがいい。
Round 1. Fight.
Listen to me, Kuma. Listen to me. Let me cheese it out. Ow. Front kick! Never give up. Hurts! 12 frame, minus 10 on block. Really wish they would bring back Gon.
Get ready
same.
for the next battle.
But it's very unlikely. We'll see. Maybe it's like a DLC.
お前の髪型似ている。
何をしている? Round 1. Fight.
Cut! Cut! Oh. Cut! 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 Okay, I'll stop. I never stop, I lied. Cut! You expect Kobo to stop? Cut! Cut! Kobo, cut! Kobo, cut! Kobo. Cut! Cut!
お前の弱点など把握済みなんだよ。ラース・アレクサンダーズ。
Get ready for the next battle.
She will control the Zaibatsu. Yeah?
国連か。私が屈服させてやる。
J'espère que tu n'es pas un de ces incompétents à l'esprit limité. Round 1. Fight.
Okay. Cut. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Did he actually just say ooh la la? You like me? Hurt! Shut up! Hurt!
You win. の時間だ。屈服か。それとも死か。
I would say though, Tekken 8 combo looks very satisfying to pull out. Yes, yes, it's 85% of why I play this game.
ジン先輩。やっと戦えますね。
Slave ads. Oh yeah, there's 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's all good. I can't wait for a little bit. J'espère que tu n'es pas un de ces incompétents à l'esprit DVD? I hope you aren't one of those witless incompetents. He said limited mind, meaning someone simple or stupid or witless. I'm kinda on the stupid side, I think. Punish those. Cut! Chesto, cut!
Round 2. Fight.
Cut! Popo. Cut! Popo. So this one is Popo. Yeah. Victor speaks some surprisingly elaborate French, which is interesting to me as most people won't understand it. Oh.
貴様、一体何者だ。
すぐに理解することになる。
Hurts. Ooh, that was nice. It tracks? What the fuck? Great job. Oh. Help? Nah, one too many, buddy. Ah, I thought they died. Cut! Cut! Ow. Hey. Nah, stop. I don't see a suitable clip. Oh my god. Pretty sure I heard Victor's voice actor before. The VA was, I'm sure, in many French translations of games. I've heard in Do Is Human Revolution, Dying Light. Oh.
当主様、連れてまいりました。おとなしくしろ。
無様だな。それが貴様に突きつけられた世界の答えだ。
Oh my, so cool. Whoa. Damn, Kuma.
図が高い。身の程を知れ、雑魚が。邪魔だ。
Damn. Kuma.
新たなる世界の枠組みは私が作る。平八お父様のご意志、未来永劫ついえはしない。
Okay, so Reina is actually just as stupid as Heihachi. Okay, good. Oh, come on. I thought that's I want that to be a real ending. Come on. You cannot just do that. Fuck. Oh, that was good. That was good. It's 425. Who else? I think these are all like the goofy endings, the character episodes. Because Kuma, you know what? I'm gonna play Kuma just so you guys can see what Kuma's ending is like. My favorite one.
Kuma was Heihachi Mishima's pet, and an enthusiastic member of the Mishima Zaibatsu's prized Tekken force. But his master Heihachi fell in battle against his son Kazuya Mishima, and his fate remained a mystery. The now headless Mishima Zaibatsu announced anew the King of Iron Fist tournament to select a new head of the organization. Kuma vowed to win the tournament to keep Heihachi's ambition alive and to fulfill his own dream.
My pendy poo. We can even honeymoon on an actual moon, he says. I love Kuma.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist tournament. First up.
Get ready for the next battle.
Kuma, cool.
Again.
Kuma again.
Round one. Fight.
What do you mean? Oh. What do you mean again, huh? I'm the greatest fighter in the universe.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm a bit sad they made him and Panda the same character, it seems. They always kind of work, but still, it's a little bit different. In Heat, Kuma gets electric, Panda gets Xiaoyu's move. It's just a tad bit different. Only a little bit, but I'll take it. I'll do it again. No, I'll do it again.
Get ready
Kuma
for the
cute.
next battle.
We love Kuma.
Round one. Fight.
Ass.
Get ready for the next battle.
Entspann dich. Du schaffst es.
Round 1.
I always thought we done for 2-1. I did. What did you do that for? Background comparative. I'm Kazuya, son of Heihachi. I have a wife called June and a son called Jin. The power of my family turned me into a demon and I want world domination. Kuma, I'm a bear. I'm Heihachi's pet. If I would let me marry Panda.
Round 1. Fight.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Hey man. Wait a second. Why are you dancing? And I'll do it again. Summon! It's Summon. You win. I can marry Panda.
You are the champion!
They should give Kuma a tricycle shaped like a Harley Davidson. Have an overtake Paul's bike on the highway. Oh my god, it's Panda. It feels wrong to be so happy. No, Kuma.
The winner is Nen Shou.
「
Yao!
」 I love them. The endings are so good. Oh, and then there's Pandas. Panda is also really good.
Ling Xiaoyu and Panda searched all around the world in order to find the missing Jin Kazama. But Jin's trail went cold in the Middle East, and Panda did her best to console the heartbroken Xiaoyu. Just then, they learned of the latest The King of Iron Fist tournament and its goal to determine the next head of the Mishima Zaibatsu. Upon hearing the news, Panda decided to enter the tournament as well, in the hopes of helping Xiaoyu, who joined to look for Jin.
They are kind of different, yeah.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament. First up,
get ready for the next battle.
Panda cute. Panda.
なんで動物が参加してんねん。
なんで動物が参加してんねん。
Round 1. Fight.
We have to promote that, huh? Ow. Go! Go!
Get ready for the next battle.
I really love this, like the unique intro.
Let's go.
Round
Let's
1.
go.
Fight.
Ah. Go. Go. Switch.
Now this is what I call fun.
Round 2. Fight.
In
Get
Tekken 8
ready
they
for the next battle.
in Tekken 8 they have a little bit of a different moveset when in Heat. Tekken 2 are pretty much identical as far as I remember. Yeah, so is Tekken 7. This is like the first time we have like both unique movesets for both of them. Panda has some
ready
pretty
for the
interesting
next
combos.
battle.
Yeah, without heat, Panda and Kuma is the same. In heat, they're a little bit different. Just a little bit different.
This should be fun.
Round one. Fight.
1-1-1. Oh yeah, I didn't break that. Ow. Oh, come here.
Round two. Fight.
Come here. You got combos? Come here. Come here. Damn. Holy shit, chill. Fuck you! You tried to throw me twice. Get out! Oh my god, Bamda Q!
And now, the final match!
She can
Get ready for the next battle.
She can get a bit of a mix up.
Round one. Fight.
That doesn't work on bears.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, that's a low. Ow. Hey, man. Wait a minute. Oh my god, Panda! Panda win!
You are the champion!
Nina looks like a desperate housewife now that she's aged. Panda has no kung fu. What do I do with all these?
How does it feel to be the head of the Mishima Zaibatsu? What's your first order of business? Is there anything you'd like to say to our viewers?
Hair pointed at what? Oh, the bag. Hey, look, it's Jin. I love the endings. Oh my god. The endings are so nice. Who else did I play? Azucena's one is also really good. So is Dragunov. Dragunov one is also pretty good. There's so many good ones. Yeah, let's play Azucena.
Azucena Milagros Ortiz Castillo manages Ortiz Farm, a producer of quality coffee beans in Peru. Believing a PR campaign would revive her flagging business, the young proprietor slammed into the American MMA scene like a comet falling to Earth. After her debut, Azucena saw the King of Iron Fist tournament as a means to maintain her trajectory of success. Given the countless products she'd come up with during her bouts, she decided to join the tournament and further Ortiz Farm's global expansion.
Nada mejor que luchar para inspirar el desarrollo de nuevos productos.
Productos. That's what I heard. I'm just gonna spam Pepino.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist tournament.
Pepino.
First up.
¡Hagámoslo!
Get ready for the next battle.
¡Qué relajante! Oye, ¿cuál es tu bebida favorita?
Green tea is superior.
One. Fight.
That's right. Let me dance. Coffeeolic, I already am.
For the next battle.
I need coffee. I didn't drink coffee today, surprisingly.
¡Qué relajante! Oye, ¿cuál es tu bebida favorita?
A cup of coffee after the match. Let's go, King! Oh! Help! Oh god! Alright. Dino! Oh wait, I think I can do this. No! I'm gonna dance! I have to duck that. Duck this. Duck this. Oh! Don't do it.
Supongo que serás un amante del café a partir de ahora.
Get ready for the next battle.
Huracarana. That's topical. Pepe.
¡Qué relajante! Oye, ¿cuál es tu bebida favorita?
Do you talk? Are you pointing coffee? Oh, you like coffee too? Let's go. I'm gonna assume Dracula is pointing at the coffee, alright? Esposiste! Oh! Sorry, read out those. Pequeño! Pequeño.
Supongo que serás un amante del café a partir de ahora.
Coffee connoisseur.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's the name of the move where he jumps and puts his legs around the head of the opponent and throw them backwards afterwards. Oh.
Qué relajante.
Oye, ¿cuál es tu bebida favorita?
Why are you asking Jack? Why are you asking Jack?
Round 1. Fight.
I'll do it again. Jake's different close moveset wise. I honestly don't think so. Like unless the sitting punch combo and the polka kicks. Oh, okay, yeah, those are the same. But Jack 8 has a lot of different moves. Like Jack can really oppress you. It's so scary.
Qué relajante. Oye, ¿cuál es tu bebida favorita?
Le thé est la meilleure boisson.
Round 1. Fight.
Hey man. I don't trust this. Hey man. How the
¿Tienes café?
¿Tienes café?
¿Necesitas más café?
Round 2.
Cool.
Fight.
Oh. I ducked. It's an end when Azucena is fighting, right? Café.
You are the champion!
During the tournament, Azucena met the tea-loving socialite Lily. Even after the tournament concluded, the pair would continue to clash in heated debate, a feud between coffee and tea.
Il faut du thé pour clore un repas. Ce thé Rochefort rose cultivé sur nos terres est absolument divin.
¿De qué hablas? Es obvio que es café. Nuestra mezcla de azucena es la mejor. Oye, ¿cuál crees que es el mejor?
Oh my god, that's so
No
soft.
parece interesarle a ninguno de los dos. ¡Ah! ¡Ya sé! ¿Qué tal si los mezclamos juntos?
This surprises me a
Parler
lot, to
d'une
be
boisson de
honest.
ce genre en Asie? Alors c'est de l'appropriation culturelle.
¡Ay, no seas anticuada! Aquí hay un pequeño extra. ¡Tarán! ¿Qué tal esto? Te apuesto que funcionará. Mi inspiración nunca me falla.
Azucena is so good.
Sabía que sería bueno.
Azucena would go on to sell this drink to global acclaim.
Damn. Yeah, I'm surprised. Right? Because coffee and tea mixed together is a beverage here. It's called cham. You know, we have cham swam, cham beng. You know, it's really cool. I didn't think cham's gonna be mentioned here, and then when I first saw Azucena's ending, it's like, what? And then they recognize it. It's like, it's like a well-known beverage throughout Asia. It says, right? Lily says it's like throughout Asia. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I liked it. I love coffee and I love tea, and I don't mind sometimes mixing them up together and drink it. It's actually not bad. Face would make an amazing emote. It would. Llama cute. I never seen Asuka. I want to show you guys Dragunov. Right?
Known as the White Angel of Death, Sergei Dragunov is feared around the world for his prowess in battle.
Oh, this ad, goddammit.
As the conflict between G Corporation and the Mishima Zaibatsu enveloped the planet in chaos, he received new orders. Enter the King of Iron Fist tournament and seize control of the Mishima Zaibatsu for himself. Dragunov assented with his usual cold and detached demeanor and set out to join the tournament.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist tournament. First up,
Dragunov is so cool.
Get
Everyone is so
ready
cool
for
in
the
this
next
game.
battle.
How do I play Dragunov while running 2? Right? Coffee
Round
person.
1. Fight. Get ready for the next
Takes
battle.
it black like his soul. I don't know if his soul is black.
فليبذل كل منا قصارى جهده. Round 1.
Maybe?
Fight.
Ooh. It's a combo. What's that? No parry?
Get
Dragon
ready
of
for the next battle.
Come and get some. I dare you.
Round 1. Fight.
Maybe? Oh, that's cool. Fake hold three. Let me try it. Fake hold three. Fake 1-2. Oh, fake 1-2. Oh, this is a nice combo. I only know a little bit of everything. Just a
ready
tad
for the
bit.
next battle.
The tiniest bit.
Witness the results of my training. Round 1. Fight. You won't see this coming.
I'm dead. That's cool as fuck. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
What you're doing right now, Coco, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'm yipping. Hello, numbers. Welcome, numbers. Raven is a cybernetic Taoist priest or something. Raven is just a ninja.
Cela faisait longtemps. Ange blanc de la mort.
Ange blanc la mort.
Round 1. Fight.
Ow.
Tu seras effacé.
Get yep. I just had a really strange dream and then a Freud was there. Who? Damage. Everyone gets a yip. Kira Cutie Ball. Ooh. I'm sure Numbers is a cute snake too.
The Mishima Zaibatsu, as well as its myriad assets, were placed under the supervision of Dragunov's homeland, and thus the White Angel of Death was finally given a brief yet well-deserved respite.
Let's go.
К другим новостям. Очередная кампания пала жертвой глобального экономического кризиса, вызванного действиями корпорации G. Всемирно известное издательство объявило о банкротстве.
Yo, that's so good.
Yo, let's go Mokujin. Best music. It's actually Russian. One of the Ghostbusters? I don't know. Take this number in for you. Nice. Have good sleep. Another one. I love Dragunov. Dragunov is so dumb funny. I love Dragunov. And actually love Concierge as well. Lee? And Victor? Zahina? Let's try Zahina.
Azazel, the resurrected original devil, had been sealed in Zafina's left arm several months prior, and yet the pulsation of his evil had grown stronger by the day. Zafino sought out Claudio Serafino, the most powerful practitioner of the serious marksman. The exorcist revealed that Azazel must materialize if he is to be destroyed completely. And so, Zafina embarked on a journey to bestow a temporary measure of strength to the demon.
When you dared show your face again, Azazel, that was your demise.
Zafina cool.
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't know how to fight. I don't know how to use Zafina though.
Let's start this.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, there's Tekken 7 combos. What do you have? Tekken slap? Oh yeah.
Fight.
Ow.
It's over.
Doesn't work? I remember 442 is like a good filler.
Get ready for the next battle.
Round 1. Fight.
Back and slap.
Round 2. Fight.
It's over.
It's over. I don't remember her move.
You win.
I only played like a few hours of Zapina back then.
Get ready for the next battle.
With the glove and the in Spider theme, she reminds me of the Dynasty Warrior character. Does she? Maybe a little bit.
I feel an ominous aura.
Round 1. Fight.
I think it is. 2-1? I think it's 2-1 now.
Round 2. Fight.
So it'll be this, 2-1. Or 2-5? It's not. Oh, 4. We got combos. It's over.
You win.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, do you get to fight Devil Kazuya again?
Not long before Azazel returns.
のこのこと現れるとはな。
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, that works. Timer. Oh my god. Welcome. Still rolling? Yeah, nice. Always stuff with rolling kobold.
Round 1. Fight.
Cool Dragon Hand! Oh my god.
You win.
Cool Dragon Hand. It's always cute. Murphy's always cute, yeah.
Power of the devil. Return to my left arm. Ha! Azazel. Be sealed. Ha!
Maybe it's
The devil's
Afina's
power has now been sealed inside this crystal. Claudio, the time is now!
Demone immondo, sparisci per sempre! Via!
Oh.
Claudio, I thank you.
This is not the canon ending.
Millennia of fighting comes to an end. And now, I will embark on a new journey.
I don't like this ending. I don't like this ending. Azazel dead? What do you mean? Azazel is so hot though. The shotgun ending? Oh, you know what? Let me try if I can get it. I wanna get Farmer Bear. Alright, where's the shotgun? So that Kuma can be like, get off my lawn. Get on my lawn. Photo shoot, control guide on off, zoom in to mount, move camera. I have to be this. No! 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 This is so weird. This is not moving camera, is it? What? Oh my god, this is so stupid. I need the shotgun. Yeah, I need the shotgun. That's a weird control scheme. That's good enough. So they can actually kill with a shotgun. Yeah, shotgun, best character. I think only a few has. Kuma has one, I know. Brian has one, I think.
Kazuya Mishima.
You can actually combo into a shotgun.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think it's up 1 + 4. Oh, so it's only this one. Get on my lawn! Shoot straight. Kuma doesn't know how to shoot straight. Oh yeah, only one. Wait, how about this? Let me try. No, wait, what? Cannot do it? Oh! Combo! The damage is so shit too. Like if I do like a purple combo. 91 damage. If I want to just kill, I can just do this. Get on my lawn. I love shotgun. Maybe the shotgun isn't loaded with 12G. Maybe it's a gun with one bullet. Let me see. Oh, it's only 5:30. Oh god, I have to end. I have badminton tonight. I'm okay. Salt ammo. A bullet gun A1 with bullet gun A1 with a gun with one bullet. I wonder I remember seeing like a video that's like a gun with 14 bullets. I remember there's a video like that. Let me find it. A gun with 14 bullets. Oh, 17 bullets. This one.
A gun with 17 bullets. A gun with 17 bullets.
A gun with 17 bullets. I love stuff like this. It's so stupid. I love them. That's why I said an hour ago. I might have missed it. It's a thing farmers did over there, loading the shells with big salt. So it wasn't lethal, but it still hurts like hell. Oh, 60 years ago? Okay. Kobo is now will be taken by me. Taken by you? Okay.
A gun with 17 bullets.
Faith chapter 4 leak. Faith chapter 4 leak. I'm gonna cry. Oh fuck. You guys want to listen to Neko Atsume? Guys, look. What have you done? They are looking at you. Kobo badminton. This is the best live stream ever. They started streaming on April 29, 2023. I didn't know. Is Kobo still sick? Just a little bit. I'm a lot better than the past few days now. I should go rest now. I can rest a little bit and then I'm gonna go badminton tonight. Kitty. I also played Neko Atsume. It's really good. I feel there's a jump scare incoming. Those two cats are looking at the camera. They're terrifying. It's okay. They're just looking at you. It's fine. It's like a Kobo looking at, you know, dragon or something like that. We can get quite hyper fixated, right? Maybe they're just kobolds. Cats are terrifying in general. Really? I kind of like cats though. Jester? That's he? Oh, Muffin. I rated Muffin before. It's been a while since I last rated Daisy. Although I'm a little scared of the clips now. Right, let's rate Daisy. Let's rate Daisy. It has been a while. We need to rate to under the Kobo. It's 5:30. I'll keep it quick. Daisy is playing Dark and Darker now. Okay. Let me summon Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I also have a Discord where I just spam dragon pictures and be very quiet about it. I'm not gonna plug socials for now because I haven't updated it. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And I should type in the rate to Daisy. Okay, there we go. I wonder why is that? Why is it unresponsive? No, that's the right one. I wonder why. Must have messed something up. Anyway, I think it's all good. I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna take a bit of a rest before I go badminton and also eat some dinner. So yeah, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? And here comes the raid too. Sorry? Alright, let's come. Let's raid Daisy. Oh my god. It's like whenever I talk, I want to cough. It's weird. Right. And then this is the raid message. Yeah. Of course, if you want to use any emote that you want to use, feel free. Any emote is fine. I don't think I'm missing anything. Okay, I'm just gonna press the rate now button. Alright, so thanks again for joining with me. Love all of you. Alright, smooches. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow.